Good evening all from GHGKQ in Salisbury, and welcome to the BATC Thursday Evening Net. I have G4KLB, Colin Martin, G4FKK, Mike G0MJW, Gareth G4XAT, and Roger G8HKN, and Jim G7NTG. That will be the order. When we get there, I'll sing that out at the end as well. Let's turn the power up so everybody can hear us. There we go. That's about right. Notices. Yes, Roger, sorry, I saw your test picture. I'll put you on the list at the end, G3IUZ. We're having some problems with the BATC shop at the moment. The EU changed their rules for imports on the 1st of July. And we're having some issues shipping anything to the EU, so it's all to do with VAT and where it's paid, and of course we don't pay any VAT in the UK, and we can't afford to sign up to one of the big shipping companies, so we're looking for a solution to get goods out to the EU. Doesn't affect countries outside the EU or UK or Northern Ireland, but it does affect the EU. So at the moment we're not shipping outside the EU, unfortunately. On the better news side, this is a BATC activity weekend, low band activity, mainly 50, 70 megs and 146. 29 if anybody can do it. I'll be out on 146 tomorrow afternoon. Good evening, Michelle. I've got you on the list now. You'll be on the end. We've had a few, on the bad news side again, we've had a few issues with RIDE this week. New builds weren't working because somebody changed some software outside the BATC. One of the major libraries of software changed and broke themselves. We're waiting for the fix to work its way through, and when that comes through we'll let you know. I've been doing some work on Pluto and Langston. That should go out probably late tomorrow to sort some Langston issues. But the big news of the week is GB3PV, the Cambridge video repeater, is back on the air. 1316 megs, 1 mega symbol. It's got some receive issues at the moment, but I know it's been seen in Steve M0SKM saw it from Bedfordshire today, so there's lots going on. Oh, and as Tim mentions, there is an interim fix that enables you to do a build of RIDE, and details of that are on the forum. Okay, so the order I have is G4KLB, G4FKK, G0MJW, G4XAT, G8HKN, G7NTG, Roger G3IUZ, and then Michelle HB9DUG. So without further ado, round to Colin. G4KLB to take it, G8GKQ and the BATC net.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dave. Excellent. Okay, thanks a lot, Dave. I just got to kill that audio. I should be using a RIDE and I could have just easily pushed mute, couldn't I, really? But not to worry. Now I'm going to get used to looking this way and not to my usual camera, which is over there, which I keep... I was using a port stand yesterday, and I've got the Logitechs lined up across the top there. And I kept looking the wrong way. I seem to get the wrong camera all the time for some reason or another. But no matter. Yeah, rides. I did a ride update yesterday. I had an issue unrelated to this, where I had the dreaded Longmind not loaded on one of SQ's receivers that one of them's been fine, and the other one's just done this, and wasn't quite sure what it was all about, and so I did an update. That caused me an additional issue because I'm using an SUP 2400 to upconvert. You don't need to for that tuner, but the system, the way it's distributed in multiple ways, the distribution amplifier wants to be a higher frequency than 77s, and so I run the main aerial through an SUP 2400 up converter, and then distribute from there to 4 other places. So I need that in there. So I have to set it up with the SUP 2400 as the IF. So I'll put that in the IF setting. So it needed a small adjustment because the new ride arrangement, which looks at a narrower area to stop it jumping on QO-100, which is obviously that's obviously where it's often used, only allowed me to get in with 1 megasymbol. I couldn't get in with 500, 333 or 250. But once I'd made the adjustment, thanks to several on the SQ stream, and Rob, who did the final calculation as to how much to add, how many kilohertz to add, which was spot on, because we could see the ride obviously gives you the information of the frequency received, and so we could see it was out when it was on the 1000, and when the adjustment was made to the SUP, instead of 2400, it was 24. Well, there's a few more zeros than that actually, but when the adjustment was made, the ride reported the exact frequency, so that was spot on, and lo and behold, all the other symbol rates then worked, because you have, the lower the symbol rate, the more accurate the frequency needs to be. Otherwise you'll come unstuck. Probably for normal use you'd be alright, but by going through that up converter, it obviously pushed it out too far. So that was one. But the main issue why we had the long min not loaded appeared to be the FT2232H module. Very often you're just reseating them. Sometimes you get some, there's a lot of pins, isn't there, really? And on my setup I've got double amount of pins. But that didn't help, and so I just stuck FT prog on it. I could have actually done it with the new feature in ride. I could have programmed it from there actually, but I just stuck to what I knew, and redid it, and it all sprung into life, and it was fine after that. I rarely get FT modules mess up these days. I haven't had to reflash one for a very long time. So, but we used to get it when we were using them on Digilight. They would often fall over, and sometimes on Minitune, but they're generally pretty good these days. That was probably a very old one that I'd got in there anyway. Okay, that's probably enough from me, because there's I think there's going to be a few on, so I don't want to. That's why they don't let me on first usually, because they realise there's no one else going to get a word in. So I think I better depart. Let me see where the list is. Where is the list? G4FKK is to take it. G4KLB.
Okay, let's just tweak that a bit. That should do it. Yes, G4KLB and the BATC net, G4FKK. Evening, Colin, and everyone else. Evening, Bernie, who's only watching tonight. And already interesting stuff. Sorry, my picture's still rather gloomy. and out of focus generally. I must do something about that one day. It's funny, I'm always moaning about the TV engineers at the BBC not taking any interest in sound. Perhaps I ought to take a bit more interest in the pictures. Your pictures are fabulous, Colin, as is everyone else's really. So the news here today is I had an email fairly recently from Brian, G4EWJ, who's sent me a link to a new version of the Winter Hill viewer. Let's see if I can. There's one slight problem with it. It's nothing wrong with it actually. It's my problem. Yet another problem with my ancient PC is that running it with 9 windows open like this. Let's see if that'll do it without crashing everything. Puts my CPU usage up to such a great extent. Oh, there we go. It's not too bad at the moment. It's running about 74%. That's running the new Winter Hill software and OBS and FFmpeg and all that sort of stuff. So every now and again OBS disconnects itself from the world. I think it finds it all too much really. Anyway, so far, Brian, if you're watching, it's working. Nothing's fallen over. It seems to do everything you said it would do, and it's all very exciting, really. It's quite good as well because it comes pre-programmed from the download thing with GB3SQ on Windows 5. So I was watching your net earlier, Colin, which is, as usual, very entertaining. Other bit of news is the boards designed by Mike. Show you the back of it. See if it'll focus on that because it's got lots of words on it. Oh, that's not too bad. They arrived yesterday from China. So this is the frequency converter. The idea of it is to run DVB-T on 10 meters. And it's rather a lovely thing. They've arrived, and so I spent an hour or so today ordering some more bits for it, which I'd forgotten to order. So the beta testing won't be immediately, Mike, and it certainly won't be ready for the activity weekend. I won't be going out portable because I'm not really tooled up for that, but I've got 2 meters and 4 meters if anyone wants to squirt some RF towards IO91 Whiskey India. By the way, there was quite a good sporadic E-lift on 4 meters earlier today. I don't know if it's... no, nothing there. Mainly to Eastern Europe, but at one point there was some signals from Iceland coming through on 4 meters. So there you go. Right, I better stop waffling, hadn't I? And put it straight round to you, Mike. G0MJW and the Oscar 100 BATC net G4 Fox King standing by.
Okay, well, it's locked up here, so hopefully it's locked up there. We'll wait and see. Yeah, looks like it's working. So good evening, everybody. Hope everyone's okay. It's recovered from yesterday. It was a very busy day for me yesterday, but not for the reasons it was for most people, I suspect. Just got a delivery from CPC. You'll be interested in that, Martin. That's, oh look, gosh, it focused. That's the Hammond box that said PCB fits into, maybe. I'm just about to test that. And I've been doing a fit check. So here is the PCB itself, because I decided I would order some after all, quite some time after Martin ordered his. And I went for the super cheap postage, and mine arrived yesterday as well. So I think JLC PCB, their cheap postage, they probably batch them all up or something and then send them
to the UK in bulk and then distribute them from the UK. Must be something like it anyway. But what I was doing there, I was doing a fit check of the components. So I don't know if you can see, but the audio connector is in there, and the 12 volt DC connector is in there, and they both fit. And there's also an SMA in there which also fits. So all good so far. We'll see about the rest of the bits when I get to trying it. So anyway, I've got 10 of those hanging around. The other thing of minor interest perhaps is the Kizja, whatever, soldering iron that arrived today. It's not a new soldering iron, it's just a new handle for the soldering iron with the bit that the bit goes into and the cable. And it's a metal one. I thought I'd treat myself to one of these nice aluminium metal cable soldering iron bodies, and it looks really good and feels really nice. So recommended, I think. Looks good. So that's the only two things of any interest really I can show. I've been testing the 10 meter amplifier again. I showed you it last week there, so there's nothing new to show there. And I've been doing some 3D printing of the various bits that Colin designed for the potty feed through to the bullseye and the clamp as well. So I've printed a few of those. That's about all really. Yeah, so who is next? Gareth. G4XAT. I gather you've printed one of those as well, no doubt in luminous green or something for Noel. So round to G4XAT, G0MJW in the BATC net. BATC net. BATC net.
Right, let's shut the sound up this end, and that appears to have locked, so let's have me. It's not a new t-shirt, it's the sun shining through the shutter that's clearly not shut. Anyway, evening all from G4XAT to the net. Went out last Saturday to my local club's field day site up in Woldingham, India Oscar 91 X-ray Hotel, and got rained on. But I did manage to test my 23 SEMS beams. I say beams, one's a flat plate, and let's see if I can show you a picture of that. That's there. It's a 21 element on top, which is resonant on the narrowband section, and it's a triple biquad underneath, which I made 20 plus years ago. It's the first time I've actually used it, so it's better than the beam, and of course it's broader, so you haven't got to aim it with quite such precision. It was worth 2 S points on the Farnham beacon from where I was. I could hear something up in Dunstable, I think, but it's quite clear I can't read Morse anymore, and I struggled even to read the fairly slow beacons. Okay, right, I also had some fun with my dishes. That's a 65 centimeters offset mounted sideways. I had a bullseye LNB on that, and I was aiming it at my 10 gig source up at the hedge end, just to get a line of sight on it and to check my different feeds and so on, and that worked well. I was quite happy with that. Some other junk arrived, like I do. Come on PC, catch up. There we are. I bought this because it's a beautifully milled aluminium box with 3 silver plated N-types on it, and it was sold as a 50 ohm. Well, I'm not sure actually. I don't think the bloke selling it knew what it was. But I took a punt on it, and that's what's inside it, a strange thing called a hexalator, which you can find the data on the web, and there's several of them, 100 watts rated. Basically it's a circulator for VHF. Well, that one does 100 to 200 meg, and I'm sure with some ingenious twiddling of the pots, sorry, not the pots, the capacitors, you'll be able to do something.
Interesting with that, as they say. Right, I think, what else have I got? Oh, I've done some work on my 50 meg amp, which is that there. Be a good idea if I showed you that picture, wouldn't it? I'm learning. There we are. That's one of those boards. That little thing over the other side, that's one of those fan controllers that John G7JTT was showing, and that is fixed off there's a 24 volt and then a 12 volt and then an 8 volt regulator there, fed off a 50 volt high voltage step down to 28, so that if it goes pop, then hopefully it won't kill my amp. That'll do for this over, I think. Okay, round to G8HKN. So round to you, Roger, from G4X80 in the BATC Thursday evening net. Thursday evening net.
One, two, testing. One, two, testing. Hooray. The ATC Thursday evening net. Right, I'm on screen. I'm not giving you the full screen size because it makes me look even worse and the technical side look even worse, so I'll leave it there. Not been on the satellite very much lately because I've been playing around on GB3HV and getting good results there, and tomorrow I think I'll go up in the loft and move the aerial around. Now we've actually got a MER reading on screen all the time. I'm going to give it a go and see if I can squeeze a little bit more power out of that. Good evening to Bernie, Nigel and James. Somebody was testing earlier and had 99% null packets. I don't know if that was James, but definitely something really wrong there. And I've not got much to talk about as far as electronics, but I have been pulling the shack apart, so I shall, if I can get the OBS to find me the right pictures, I will show some pictures. That's a view of some of the shack, and the problem I've been having is that it's spread over 3 different work surfaces, and they're all different heights, so I managed to get 2 of them right, and then there was the problem with this big, what I believe is an old pasting table, and it's 3 centimeters higher than the unit next to it. So yesterday I set about a bit of carpentry, which obviously means removing all the equipment. In preparation, I cut out for the boxes underneath, because 12 stacker boxes, and if I'm going to drop it by 3 centimeters, I won't be able to get the boxes in and out. So that was the first stage I did a previous day. Just realised I hadn't hit the cut button, so I shall have to do that again. Stand by. Right, that's the 3 centimeter difference in the 2 units. That's the cutout for the stacker boxes. That's the bench upside down with me taking the legs off. I had to reduce them by 3 centimetres and hope for the best when putting it all back together. Another view. I'm just checking on the monitor that they're actually being displayed. I always look at the wrong screen on OBS. I always look at the preview instead of the program. This is it back in position. Lots of cables which all fell down the back and had to be retrieved. Quite a lot of mains blocks, etc. That's another job for the future, is simplifying the main switching. And that's another view with the equipment back on. Printer one end, monitors, netbook, Chromebook, which I didn't like at first. I'm getting used to it, but can't get a decent VLC player on Chromebook, unfortunately. And the netbook, being Windows XP, doesn't play John's quad viewer, so I use that with the Winter Hill viewer, but unfortunately it comes up with 9941, 9942, and I have to load the playlist on each of the 4 screens, and then it's fine, very useful, all works. But I wish I could find a way of getting it to come up with 4 stations from the streamer, because that would work well. But maybe the information that Martin was talking about earlier from G4EWJ may be of use, if perhaps he could program it for me, so that if it comes up with calling on screen 5, perhaps I could just have the ones I want on screens 1 to 4. But there we go. Right, now I've got 9 pictures open on OBS now, so I need to shut them down and find a test card before I transfer over. Right, here we go. Okay, that's all. Previews on the wrong side, I don't know. Previews on the left. And I'm right-handed, so I'm looking at a test card on the left at the moment, and a bench on the right. I need another monitor, because the mini-tune one is just out a corner of my right eye, and which means I've got to keep turning to make sure what I'm transmitting. But there we go. Right, I'm going to now pass it round to Jim. So G4NTJ to take it from G8HKN and the BATC Thursday evening net. Right, just wait for something to come on. There we go. Right, just wait for something to come on. Yep, sound's working. Yeah, good evening everybody, and nice to see everyone. It's the first time I've been on for a little while, but I've got something useful to impart, I think, tonight. So I had some problems with one of these pallets, the one with the 3 transistors on. One of them, and there may be more out there, passed all the tests very nicely and gave what appeared to be a nice linear output, but when you actually put a signal through it on DVB-S2, the shoulders are only 6 dB down, so something drastically wrong there. So scratching my head. So what I've done, and I've done several of them now, I'll swing this round and you can see the one in the case here. I think that's not too bad.
To improve the linearity, I've applied fixed bias with 3 trimmers. Disconnected the Doherty bias and applied fixed bias of 1.3 amps per device, and immediately it becomes extremely linear. In fact, from pretty much 0 to well over 150 watts, the gain doesn't change. So, and then it starts to droop off gradually. So really good. I've done 2 of them very successfully, but the third one is a real pain. This one takes off like nobody's business. The other 2, I've had to put screening cans on over the 3 transistors, and you may recognise the screening can. It's the back cover of a really ancient LNB, and I think everybody having played with 10 gigs will know instantly which LNB I mean. I think it's an Amstrad, and the back cover of that with a little bit of adjustment fits perfectly. Now 2 of them, it completely cured the instability. Due to the reason for the instability is the gain has gone up 5 dB. So instead of 38 dB, they're now 43 dB, and in this case of this one, 45 dB, and it just takes off. So I've got to do more screening on this one or come up with a different system. So two of the amplifiers have completed perfectly. They've changed over a treat. Absolutely no problem at all. But this one is a bit of a pain. So I'm still working on it. I shall come up with something. Huge chunk of ferrite in the box on top of here. I then dropped the cover on. That stopped it. It works perfectly until I fit the cover. As soon as I hit the bottom cover, it takes off. So there you go. Any ideas gratefully received, and somebody to think from a different angle from mine, because I'm clutching at straws. But now it's all working well. So the shoulders now are I put the output from the ports down to a really low level from the Lime Mini, so that the shoulders were 35 dB down on the output of the Lime Mini, and put that into the power amplifier, and they were still 35 dB down at 60 watts out. So very pleased with that. So if anybody wants any information on how to do it, then just give me an email, and I will write an article on it, a simple one, just to show how it's done. I don't think it needs something. I don't think it's an article needs to go in CQTV, but I can actually give details with an email. I think that's the easiest way, because I know 1 or 2 of you have got these amplifiers. Okay, enough from me then. So I think it's round to the Roger. Well, I've got it down as Roger. I hope that's your right name. G3IUZ from G7NTG with the group.
Right, well, thank you, Jim. Hope I'm coming through now. It's just looks about right. I hope I'm getting the audio's coming through okay. And good evening, everybody. G3IUZ with the BATC net, and second slightly trepidatious visit. But thank you for the welcome, everybody, and thank you to various people who unknown have helped me along the way to get going on DATV and on the satellite. First of all, a thank you to Dave, GATKQ, as the day after my first appearance last week, I did the port stand update, and the system crashed. However, Dave came to my rescue and sent me a replacement chip, and all is well, and I think he's now sorted out the problem that was caused by the update. And a special thank you to Jim for all your help along the line, particularly with the PA. I thought it might just be of some interest. I've had to sort of tackle the whole business of coming into DATV and into the frequent 2.4 gig and all the rest of it, sort of very green despite 68 years of license. It's an area that I've never tackled before, and there was no one locally that could help me directly, so it's been a question of learning on the job, avid reading of both CQTV and forum and the wiki and so on. So if I could just quickly just show you some slides of what I've been up to. This is my version of the port stand with the Langston, of course, incorporated in a case that I've been reserving for years. It was a very nice case, and finally I found a use for it. So that's my version of it. The side, the whole thing is powered by an ex-computer power unit, which of course has got bags and bags of spare power. So I put connectors at the back there, 12 volts and 5 volts, differently orientated of course, so that I can run sundry other things off the same power supply. You'll recognise all the various connectors at the back, RAM switching and so forth, input for the Pi camera, and so forth and so on. Inside, the inside power unit on the left, and the Pluto is sitting there, minus its plastic box, which seems to be somewhat unnecessary. Various other bits and pieces, switching it back there and so on. And the interface with the opto isolators, they all go through ribbons to a connector at the back. Another one, so I think that gives you quite a lot. There's still some space left, not a lot. The whole thing, the way I opted whether it was a good idea or not, but because I'm a long way from the dish, I decided to go down the coax, nearly 20 meters at 70 sems, and then this is what goes on inside a black box, waterproof black box. There's a up converter on that heatsink on the right. It's the GX Patrol up converter, 70 sems to 2.4, then a 2.4 12-watt PA up the top there, and that of course then drives the underneath, sitting on this rather large copper plate. And thank you, Jim, for your advice and everything you published on how to get that going, and that all went extremely well. I have got a CNC, homebrewed Senate CNC, so I do model engineering as well, so I was able to actually make the mountings for the PA transistors by milling rather than re-soldering them, being a bit of a coward. This is the bias and also the supply. There's just one cable, takes actually 31 volts down to allow for volt swaps to give me 28 volts at the bottom, and that goes into the to give me the 12 volts of the converter and driver. and also I've got a temperature monitor. And the whole thing is boxed up in that, which I've been had sitting in the junk box for years and years, wondering what to use it for. Now it's found to use. It's a beautiful box with waterproof gaskets and so on. So power in here, RF in and out there, and that drives the. It's just above one, two, and I've got inside that was made for the Helix when I was experimenting between Helix and Potty. In fact, inside there is the Potty, but it makes a nice waterproof cover. So that's how I've managed to join you all on the receiving side of the ride. So that's enough from me. But again, a grateful thanks to everyone on BATC, A, for the welcome, and B, for all the help and all the expertise which I've been able to share. So it goes now, I think, to Switzerland to meet.
Oops. Good evening all. Pleasure to see you and hear you again. Sorry for my C920, which is not focus. I think she got a problem. Nothing I can do, even manually. Okay, so on my side, I've been fixing some problem on our HB9 TV network. On the central repeaters, we had the 23 centimeter amplifier went down with the Mitsubishi brick, and ordered some in China. Unfortunately, they were all dead on arrival, but the company was very serious, so I've been able to refund the money, and I found one on the OEMs in the group who had one in the safe place, so was able to repair this amplifier. So our network now is back in production in all the different way. I said already a few times that is based on DVB-S technology from SR Systems, and at the same time as I had some problem with a web SDR for the 10 gig. I also did an update of the software, so it took me a few aller-retour, as we said, go and back to the site to fix these different things. That's one of the things I've been doing in this last 2 weeks. And I would like also to thank Dave for the update on the Porsdon 4 for the receiver. I've seen that it looks really very quickly, much quickly than before, and also to be able to adjust the scan width. It's also nice when you do terrestrial links in let's say not a good condition. So it's really nice, as well as a small button to go to the band viewer. And I just wanted to add that it would be nice to have it in the opposite way, because basically myself, when I'm on the field, I look first on the band viewer to adjust the parabol, and then I go
to the receiver. Okay, maybe it's not as easier to have the right frequency and to transfer it to the receiver part of it. But works really nicely, and I've done some tests today also just using the streaming function, so back to OBS, and then I'm able to stream directly in OBS station receive from QO-100 or from terrestrial link, so that's quite nice. And the last thing I did is a bit outside of TV, the ATV, but it's also quite interesting. It's very new software. It's Linux Pluto transceiver, SSB transceiver for QO-100. It's been developed by a German guy. Let me just show you. No, it's not what I wanted to show you. Je vais y arriver. And that's it. Okay. So it's really a very nice piece of software. I'm running it on the Ubuntu machine, Linux machine, but it works also on the Raspberry Pi. And it's very simple to use and quite interesting. So you will find it on the AMSAT DL wiki, and you have the source. You have also image for the Raspberry Pi. That's really simple to install. Basically the same process as for the Poston 4. So something to look at if you are interested. It's another nice way to use the Pluto. And that's it, I think, for me. So I will pass over the mic and the camera to G0 Delta QH Delta Quebec Hotel, and for the
Okay, yeah, James, unfortunately, some real issues still going on there. We had your map and then image of you, and then that was it. I think you probably had too high a bit rate into the transmitter. And Martin says 0 null packets, and that's certainly what it looked like to me. Okay, let's start off with comments. Roger, some amazing construction skills there. I'm really impressed with that ports down. I've seen lots of ports downs, but that is really, really nice. Just one comment on your transmission. Your audio level was slightly low and you had some background noise. I'm not sure whether it was due to your headset, a bit like mine, or what, but not so good on the audio, but the construction there, brilliant. Yes, Colin, the ride builds have been causing us a bit of a problem. It is only a 2-line fix, but we hope to be back in business pretty soon. Michelle, switching from band view to receive, yeah, that's an interesting concept. I've thought about it. I might give it some more thought. And the QO-100 Linux box looks nice. Before anybody asks, no, you can't run it on the same box as a ports down because it uses the graphical operating system, not the non-graphical one. So it's a different SD card. It's not an easy switch. Just like to shout out to all the watchers tonight. I see we've got Bernie, James G6GZH, and Michelle W5NYV. Good to see you watching the stream. And that you're finding it interesting. Okay, let's show you what I've been doing. Let's just fade across to this. This is my 23 centimeter driver rack that I'm working on for portable operation. Bottom left there is a fan and a step-up power supply to drive the PA, which is a mast-mounted PA, not in the rack. Above that is the driver amplifier, and to its right is the pre-driver and the changeover relay for the feeder. On the receive side, it comes in after the receive masthead preamp goes into that splitter that you can see, and it will soon have another preamp in there and a bit of filtering. The other thing that's going to go on the front of it is this meter, which is a fairly old little panel meter, but the great thing is it'll fit on a 1U unit and be able to show that the PA is drawing the right current. Good to hear, Michelle, that you like the modifications to Longmind. Look at another one at the moment. Phil has managed to break out one of the AGC levels, so hopefully get some signal level information out just to make sure people are putting the right amount of signal into the receiver. Not so much a signal strength indicator, but am I getting the right amount of RF into the receiver? Did today, because I came across the information, is a wiki page about the effect of FEC. I'll post the link in the forum. Sorry, in the chat. Just a page of what MER you need to resolve what FEC. So along with fertling with Pluto and all sorts, been quite a busy week. As I say, I'll be out portable on Saturday with 146 and 5.6 gigs. Right, back to the top of the list then. Colin, G4KQ and the BATC net.
G8 GKQ and the BATC net, G4KLB. Okay, excellent. There we go. I'm gradually getting the hang of this. I only operate OBS when I'm on here. I use more conventional methods the other way around. But I've got boxes of projects. I've got an unbelievable amount of projects on the go. But that's par for the course, really. We're working on a sequencer project. So I've actually just received one of the first PCBs there. Unfortunately, it's already out of date. So, it works for a certain type of relay, but there's a brilliant idea has been thought of by the designer, and so that's going to make it more compatible with other ones and this, that, and the other. So I'm holding fire from ordering the next lot in case any more brainwaves come along. So unfortunately, that is one of the things with development. I can still use this one for a certain type, but nonetheless, we're trying to make it as universal as possible for people to use various relays. You know, this type of thing, various different things like this that people might get hold of. But that's ongoing. There's another ride under construction. So far we've got as far as building the mini tuner, and that'll be going in. That's another one for SQ as a backup. I can do it other ways. I've already built this device, which is half a ride. That's the Raspberry Pi side of it, so any mini tuner can be attached. This also is suitable for SQ because it's got the lock light out and the phonos that we use on SQ. I've added HDMI to this one, so I can use it. It looks pretty cool actually on an HDMI monitor. So I've tested that. I tested this tuner with that, so that's good. Oh, I did do one of these things, and if I take this apart, it's I think I can. Yeah, I've got it out. It has got the offset one, which is on the wiki. That's one that Mike did. I don't know if there's another one about, but Mike did one. Seems to fit mine okay, so no problem. That's the other bit for a bullseye. It fits quite nicely actually. Fits quite nicely. That's another one in the pending pile. So there's a big pile of bits. There's oh, we can probably do this with another camera. I don't know if this is going to work. know if this is going to work or not. I'm running out of lead actually for this camera, but there we go. I've got one of these for the low frequencies, which is quite a good thing. This is using the MRF 300 AN. This is quite cost effective because you get into a right mess if you balance it on top of relays. That's what you get. But you get two of the devices. Right, yeah, two of the devices in there. I'm not going to open that. And a very nice PCB with a heat spreader. You have to put the whole thing on a big heat sink as well. But so you get two. If you look up how much the devices are on their own, this makes this quite a bargain, really. The only thing that isn't a bargain is I've got nearly all the rest of the bits in here, and various bits, things like this, coils and things. But what is frightfully expensive are the ATC capacitors, and you actually have to look around. The actual numbers listed didn't seem to be able to be got, but they are actually available. That one, there's a 56 puff, but they do them in a slightly different number, so you have to have a quick look for those. But these are about £5 each. They're they're a scary thing. But there we are. So I figured, actually that's a horrible angle, isn't it, really? There we are. That's be scaring people, I will. So that's another thing that's going to be happening. That's another in between. I've also got to get the primary job is to get SQ finished. or rather get the main cabinet in operation, because we'll want to be screwing a PA to the side of the thing fairly soon. Rob's back. Rob said he'll be on, so Rob will be on. He's just testing on another frequency. You can see here, if I go to this camera, then this is how I have to operate at the moment. I've got all manner of windows. So we got a couple of the I can't see what I'm pointing at now. Can't see what I'm pointing at all. So anyway, 2 Winter Hills and the viewer, and then I've got OBS in there at the same time. So it's all a little bit it's all a little bit crazy. I was trying to get the Winter Hill to come up, and I've discovered that I can't do it because the name of the program is the same and I haven't worked it out, so I think I'll have to make another instance of it and call it something else, and then I'll be able to display all of them on there. Where's my... oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, so anyway, there we are. So it's all hang on, no, stop, get back to the right, get back to the I'm losing the will to... there we are. I can't manage this OBS. I need a distinct window for it, really, I think, but there we are. Okay, that's probably enough from me for today, but as I said, there's plenty going on. I'm not going to be bored, that's for sure. I will not be getting bored. I've got plenty to do. For I could retire now and still not have enough time, I reckon. But it's all good fun. Shan't be out portable this weekend. I'm working 12 hours Saturday, 12 hours Sunday. That is par for the course. It's a shame really, because I could do 2 meters and 6 meters and 4 meters. Nothing for 28 megs or 10 meters. Nothing much for that just yet. But that's what we're working on. So that'll be good fun. Okay then, G4FKK to take it. G4KLB.
Right, very good. Sorry, I was so engrossed in your over there, Colin, I forgot I was on next. Very interesting. And yeah, Mike, I think Mike noticed, I think you've got as many things on all your various services as I have. Thing is though, of course you know where everything is, don't you, when it's like that. Every now and again I get ordered to tidy the shack and various other disaster areas that I'm in charge of, and then I can never find anything. Anyway, all very good, very interesting. And Mike, I think I've got one of those Hammond boxes in the loft, so I assumed it was designed for an Eddystone die-cast box, but I guess they're all the same. And I think you're right about the postage. I was sort of wondering how that happened, but I think you must be right. They must do batches, and I wonder how many watts that new soldering iron is, and whether it comes with lots of bits or what. Gareth, interesting that plate aerial was better than the Yagi, and Roger, well done. I couldn't see any traces of sawdust on your carpet in the pictures you were sending of your re-engineered shack, so you did very well there. Glad to see you got a proper Weller soldering iron on the end of the bench as well. And yeah, that MER indicator on HV is quite interesting, isn't it? I was prompted once that was done to have a look at the rather nice instructional notes that the creator of the ride was had written months and months ago, which I hadn't read properly either. So thanks for that. Jim, welcome back. And yeah, I'll drop you an email then, because I'm quite interested in how you modified things to adjust the bias I've got one of those 3 transistor amplifiers, but I've never used it yet. The one I'm using now has only got 2 transistors in, but it seems to work okay. So I've not been inspired to fire the 3 device one up yet. I didn't recognise the screening can, but LNBs and that sort of thing are all fairly new to me, relatively. And amazing that you got 43 dB of gain out of one of those. That is scary, isn't it? I don't suppose adding I suppose you could do a surface mount attenuator at the front of the board. That might help a bit. Although, well, it's already got one, hasn't it, I think, so that probably won't help at all. Roger, G3RUZ, good to see you on. And as Dave was saying, absolutely wonderful engineering. In fact, your ports down look very much like some of the UHF receivers that were built specially in the BBC Research Department workshops for measuring field strength when I was in the service planning department. And I always thought they were rather beautifully built, so very good indeed. And of course you've let slip now that you've got this home-brewed CNC machine. Wells isn't that far, is it? Michelle, I wonder if they were just damaged, those bricks that you got from China, or whether they were just fakes. There's been a lot of that. I think I moaned last week that I'd ordered some very tempting devices, dual, Gemini type MOSFETs for very low price, and all I got was a jiffy bag with an empty electrostatic bag inside it. So I moaned about that, and they gave me my money back. So I guess they're working on the principle that a lot of people won't bother. I think it was about £9 for probably 50 quid's worth of devices. So too good to be true. Yes, that new bit of software looked very nice as well. So I shall have to look up the AMSAT wiki. Dave, your 23 SEMS driver looks rather well engineered as well, I think, and so that'll work well, I'm sure, and well done on all the software work you're doing. Thank you very much from all of us. Yeah, I looked at those MRF boards, Colin, and I forgot to order one. I think there was only about 6 of them left when I looked, so I've probably missed out there. And very sorry to hear you're having to work for the whole weekend. I don't think I've got anything relevant to add, so other than good evening to Rob. Look forward to seeing you in due course. So I'll slip it straight round to Mike. Wish you all good night, because I don't suppose it'll come round a third time, and everyone have a good week and weekend. I won't be on probably next week because I'm off to the Lake District, but we'll see if I'm back by then. M0MJW and the BATC net, G4FKK, wishing you all good night and cheerio.
Oh dear, no scrolling either. I'll try again. Right. Well, I'm sure you got that with the mime. If not, I'll just say again, it's a handle with a tip in it, and it's 60 watts. Right, okay. Handle, tip. The box, it fits, so that's good. Obviously you need to drill some holes in the box, but apart from that, it's okay. It's a snug fit, and it was designed for that box, so that's what it's for. And it should be okay. I've ordered some other bits from CPC as well. I'm going to make one of Colin's boards up, so I'm going to try making my own version of that for semi-permanent use, with in a box as well. But there's no reason for anyone else to do that. So that's one other thing I ordered from JLC PCB. I don't know when that's going to turn up. I ordered it a few days later, so it'll probably come a few weeks later because of the batch shipping that we were just discussing. I don't think I was asked any other questions, so let's pass it back round. G4XAT, I think it's you next. G0MJW.
Right, I'll try harder, folks. Thank you, Mike. G4XAT from G0MJW. Right, just a quick revisit then on what you didn't see last time. This is the 50 meg version of the amplifier board. That is the fan controller that I mentioned. That is a step down from 50 volts to 24 to 12 to 8, and then the bias. And the fan controller is quite nice actually, but it's a right animal to program. Like really obscure, and it doesn't have a factory reset. It's like, who dreamt that one up? Okay, yeah, lovely work, Roger. It's really nice to see electronics and engineering all come together and make great stuff. Interesting on the bias as well, Jim. I guess it'll do similar things for the 2 device one, possibly on a similar basis. But 43 dBi, or DBD, whatever, that's TWT territory, isn't it? Really good stuff. Although it's probably still not enough to drive straight from a Pluto, so it's more gain than you need, which is a bit of a pain, but there we go. Whatever. I'd be interested in the mods as and when. Okay, I won't be on next week either. I'm away doing property maintenance, so you won't have to put up with me showing you non-pictures. I've got one of these. Thank you very much, Colin, for sending me that. I stuck a nano on it and programmed that up, and then promptly tweaked all 3 of my bullseyes. The oldest one I got is about 8 months old, and that was about 10 kc off, and the 2 newer ones which arrived more recently were only about 3 or 4 kc off. I used 12 meters of coax, and I only used 16 volts, and it worked fine. So fingers crossed for that. Right, what else have I got? Okay, thanks for the AMSAT DL software links. Always interesting to see other approaches. And as you say, Colin, I'm never going to run out of projects. I've been retired 4 years and I've got more than I started with. Which leads me to this little puppy. Okay, I picked this up the other day. Check I've got audio. Yes, I appear to have audio. Yes, it is a travelling wave tube. It's normally 10 watts on 10 gig, and it cost me 25 quid with a DC power supply, 24 volts in, and apparently in good working order. I didn't ask for a demo. I'm assured it does work. It came out of BT service from the tower in London. So it probably hasn't done any work at all if it's anything to do with BT. HI. Okay, I think I've covered most of my bits and pieces. Yes, I have. So I will go back to me. Remember to transition it this time. And say 7-3s all, and see you further down, but not next week. Round to you, Roger. G8HKN from G4XAT, listening to the BAT. Listening to the BATC net.
One, two, test. One, two, test. Oh, I thought the audio wasn't going to come back to me then. Right. Okay. I usually have quite a few notes, but this time round there's not much written down here. Okay, Jim, on the linearness of the amplifier. That's interesting stuff. I don't know why these things take off. I don't know much about amplifiers, but if there's the driver amplifier in the same box, could it be that the output is getting back on the input? It's only my fault. It's probably no help at all. James D0DQH, you had no null packets, but then again Gareth didn't either, and his transmission worked and yours didn't, so I'm a bit surprised. I think you weren't on FEC 2/3. Maybe you're set up for that, and that's why it's not working. To Martin, the sawdust. Yes, the present Mrs. HKN provided me with a vacuum cleaner and instructions on how to use it, and I cleared up as I went along. Although most of the sawing on the legs was obviously, I took them outside and cut them in the garden and brought them back in. So there's probably a trail of sawdust as I brought them back in. But yeah, cleared up as instructed as I went along. And the MER indicator on GB3HV, yeah, it's interesting because it does show you how much the signal varies. And I had noticed this problem where my signal suddenly shot up really high at times, and I now take to looking at flight radar, and this afternoon, sure enough, when the signal went up really high, there was an aircraft on the ILS into Biggin Hill. Not every time, but I've got a feeling I'm bouncing off executive jets. So I'm going to attempt to move the aerial a little bit and see if I can get a good signal without their help. There we go. Okay, on to the other Roger. I saw you, I think it must have been last week when you came on for the first time, and very impressed by your clarity of speaking, and how you managed to throw a few words together, which is something I can't do. And I guess that's to do with your title, as per the call book, and it's, I assume that might be your house at the beginning of your transmissions, or was once. Only joking. And the audio noise, yeah, I thought it was the microphone on your beard to start with, but you were having some problems and you did move it away, and the audio problems continued. It was as if you were on top of a mountain. Very strange effect, and it did cut off completely a few times. And that is about it from me. So if I can find the test card, which is something I should have done whilst talking, but trying to do several things at once is not easy. Right, I'm going to pass it around to Jim, G7NTG from G88KN and the BATC net, and 73s to everybody, and I'll speak to you again soon.
Just waiting for the audio. Oh, that's a bit quiet, isn't it? I'll get a bit nearer. That's very low audio. Let's very low audio. Oh, that's better. Okay, I won't leave it on. Yeah, thank you, Roger. Yes, you're absolutely right, Roger. It is the gain, because the driver amplifier and power amplifier transistors are all on the same board, and none of these pallets come with the original screening can, which would have completely cured the problem. So I've got this just blank pallet, and of course they were a bit ticklish anyway. Without the modified bias, they were sort of 38 dB gain, and they were taking off occasionally then, so I had to do a few modifications to stop that happening by making sure the routing of the input and output coax was correct. So and I froze up for a second then on my receiver. Right, so now I've increased the gain. They're really taking off, so that's why I fitted the cover over the power stage, and two of them are absolutely bang on, no problem at all. I can't get them to take off, but this one I think must be slightly higher gain, and it takes off at the drop of a hat. So that'd be interesting, trying to sort that out. The absorptive foam idea, yeah, the stuff you plug ICs in, yes, I use that on preamps. I've got some 23 sims preamps I build, and they're 35 dB gain, and so they tend to be a takeoff if you don't terminate input and output properly. If you don't connect them to an antenna, they'll take off. So it works fine for them, but I've tried it on the power amp, and it makes no difference. It's just too much power floating around in the box. So anyway, I shall keep working on that. It's layout and screening, so I'm going to have to come up with a screening cover for the whole thing, probably out of sheet brass or tin plate and screwed down tight. So put a strip of about 10mm or so wide around all the ground tracks, and then clamp a plate over the top. That'll probably sort it. And of course I can solder it down with my tiny soldering iron, which is colossal, which is 200 watts, and it will solder a pallet straight onto it. Anyway, round to Roger number 2 with the superb and very great patience to produce engineering results like that. My compliments to you. G3IUZ from G7NTG with the group, and I'll say 73s to everybody, and catch you all in the future.
Right. Well, thank you very much indeed for all the very kind and somewhat flattering remarks, and my sincere apologies for the audio last time. I hope it's better this time. What happened was I'm up in a loft space, converted loft space, and it's extremely hot, and I've had a fan going full bore, and I had intended to turn it off, but in the heat of the moment, quite literally, I forgot. So I hope this audio is somewhat okay. Oh, thank you, Colin. That's reassuring. Right. Okay. A couple of quickies. That's the apology for that. Yes, on the CNC. Well, having got the facility, if anybody ever needs anything done, and I can help, I should be only too delighted to make use of it. I don't do so much model engineering now. I might bore you with a few bits and pieces sometime if we're into steam railways and so forth, but one evening, then there's nothing better to talk about. But the machinery is there, big lathes and so forth, so if anybody needs some metal work doing, just a question of asking. Martin, your comments on the BBC Research Department, I wonder if you ever knew Duncan McEwen. He was my boss when I started back in the 50s, and he later, quite extraordinarily, ended up under my pulpit, which is another story. He's still alive, widowed now, of course, but lives up in Scotland. We still hear from him every Christmas. He was chief engineer of the BBC when he finally retired. Sorry, that's a bit between Martin and myself. So that's about it, I think. I've got a little other camera here. The other thing that I'm grateful for, of course, is the reception side, which is where I started. This is my ride. Well, it was a mini tuner now ride. That's in that box, and in the matching box is the power supply. So that's that. Right. Oh, sorry, I didn't put the camera on, did I? Sorry, hang on. This is not clever, is it? It takes a bit of getting used to. Yeah, there we are. That's my version of the ride with mini tuner, and I can switch between the two, so I can run the mini tuner directly or in the ride configuration, and that's the power supply. Sorry about the blinding light. That's just one of those dual voltage and current readouts. So that's the receiving side. All right, back to where we were. So that's it, I think, from more than enough from me. Once again, thank you all so much for the warmth of your welcome and all the encouragement and the very kind words. And say particular thanks to Jim and to Dave for their direct help. So good night to you all, and hopefully I'll be able to join again next week. So it's G3IUZ.
Un, deux, trois. Okay, so that was the module. It's a Mitsubishi module. Well, this one works 15 years, so it was working really well. And it was not, let's say, a person bought the modules in China. It was from a company. I think it's a kind of trader, and he buy from different places. So I sent an email saying that the three of them were not working. They were not fake. It was a circuit in it. And within 1 hour, the money back on PayPal. So it was not too bad story, just taking time. So I can just show you. In fact, that was for repairing our TV2 repeaters. You can see it here. It's the one which is in the middle of the network. So on one side we have TV1 and TV3 on the other side, and the black big radiators are for the 23 amplifier, going one direction and to the other directions, and the third one is 13 centimeter amplifier, which can transmit all the different channels coming from TV1 and TV3. And in fact, the masterpiece of the repeater is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 modules you see at the bottom, which are Fagor module, is modules used for TV distribution. So one is receiving the 10 gig from TV1 and translate it to 1255 mega on the other side. And from TV3 it takes a 10 gig signal and translate it to the 1280 megahertz going to TV1. And basically it's a transparent module. So we have done that at the time because we had still a lot of OEMs with FM transmitter, so we could pass through it numerical stream as well as FM streams. And as I said, we pick up also the signals from the two relay, and we feed SR system to transmit everything. And it's from there I pick up the pictures I transmit to the BATC. And just to show you on the top, so you see partially, you see the dish receiving from TV1, and you see the Yagi going to TV3, which are in the opposite directions. And the two dish are for the Amnet network. Okay, that's all for me tonight, and I wish you all a very nice evening, end of week, and thanks for Dave running the net every week. It's really nice, and I appreciate all the information I get, and which transmit to my colleagues around the Geneva Lake. Okay, bye-bye everybody, and a nice evening to all of you.
Right then, so I think it's working. Let's just double check. I haven't checked lip sync today, so let's just double check that. 1, 2.
That's close enough. That'll do. Yep, evening everybody. A bit late on this evening. We only finished work just after 7, so got a bit delayed coming back there, but all good. So yeah, thanks to Michelle for pointing out that software for SDR software for running on QO-100. Definitely have to give that a go. Looks interesting. Not that I go on there very much on the SSP, but it's always interesting to see how someone else has some bit of software with the Pi and everything, so that's quite useful. And hello to Roger, I think it's Roger, G3IUZ. So welcome to the net once again. Trying to think, I've kind of been monitoring, but I've also been talking to Terry on 750 at the same time, so I've probably missed quite a bit this evening. But there we are. Main thing I've been working on this time around, well, a bit of time on, making another filter for 70 centimeters, a little bit narrower filter. So we've been making up the 70 Sems tunable filter designed by Ian KKD that was in CQTV back in 2009. So we've been on making that. So I'll show you how far I've got with that. We have got a base plate which is 1mm copper, kind of folded the edges up on that a little bit just to make it a bit stronger. Got the holes cut out in the bottom for the resonators to go in. The outer case of the box is all sort of tacked together. I don't think I really need to fully seal it. We'll see about that. So that's how it's going to fit together. I'd ordered some 22mm to 15mm reducers to go on the top for like the tunable sliding section on there, because there were next to nothing to buy, £2 odd for 10, and unfortunately they are literally 22mm outside diameter, so that's not going to work. So I'll probably end up having to make something to fit instead. So yeah, working on that. Got the connectors and things to fit on the bottom, but work in progress. What else? There was something else I was looking at. Oh, quite a long time ago, maybe 4 months ago. As an extra sort of order on RS, I ordered some of these little Raspberry Pi Picos just to fill up an order when I was ordering something, and they finally turned up. So that's the packaging they come in via RS. I don't know what they come like via other routes or direct. But anyway, 4 months they've been on back order, I think, just to make up an order. So that is that. Trying to think what else we've been working on. Oh, little filter preamplifier somewhere. So this little thing came out of the Nokia amplifiers, the or Dolphin, whichever one. Try and get the better picture on there. Can get the light quite nicely there. So yeah, they make quite a nice preamp and filter for 70 centimeters. Got a tunable helical filter on there, and I've just sort of bodged some SMA sockets on just to test it. But with the sort of input stage cut off and trimmed and connected directly, you're getting about 1.9 dB noise figure and it now 13 dB of gain, something like that. So we're going to try one of these at KM because they're quite high level input ones. You can drive them quite hard and get 100 milliwatts out of them quite easily, so should do quite well as a preamp on 70 centimeters for KM on the output of one of these filters, which is already at KM. So that's This one's going to be for here and portable, but KM already has a one that I built quite a while back. Maybe not quite as good quality. Build standard wasn't quite as good back then, as Terry was mentioning, supposedly. So anyway, there we are. So I think that's pretty much it, really. Yeah, unfortunately not much comment on the other stuff. Oh, hang on. So where are we looking? So sorry, I wasn't looking at the nice engineering. Well, yeah, just for RX the filter. Don't need that narrower bandwidth for TX. Just the low pass filter on TX is adequate, as long as you don't start amplifying at 2 meters with your 77s PA. They're all quite broadband these days. Kirk Mellons, yes. Yeah, KM has been on in test mode quite a bit. We've been doing a bit more with that. Still more to go. Only cut one of them. We have to rescue you. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I had 2 boards, I think, Colin, but yeah, you can just about chop them out, and they run off about 8 volts. If you put 8 volts on them, they work quite well. Yeah, it's one of the inductors right at the edge of the circuit, bias circuit for that FET. So worked pretty well. And it's got a filter built on as well. So there we go. Right, I think that's it from me. Oh, portable. So I'll be out on Saturday from probably about 11 o'clock until there's nobody else left to work, which might be about 1 o'clock, but we shall see. I'm going to take 6 meters, 4 meters and 2 meters hopefully, but whether I can get all of them up in one go, I don't know. That's going to be quite a challenge, because it's like a 5 element and a 6 element, so it's pretty big on the low band, and then the 8 element on 2 meters, so that's too big for my mast portable, so I might have to pick and choose what I put on the mast. So there we are. Right, round to you, Dave. TKQ and 0 DTS on the BATC now.
M0 DTS and the BATC net GHGKQ. Cut that. Yeah, sorry, caught me on the hop there. I was writing some software, but very interesting. That Dolphin preamp. I must have the bits for that somewhere. I'll look at retrieving one of those. So thanks for that, Rob. Really interesting. I'll be out on Saturday, probably as 11 till 3 or something like that. So with 146 only, Rob, just 146. But that's better than nothing. Other comments, much better audio this time, Roger, although it did go down slightly when you moved the headset off your ears. Probably best just to cut the audio to the headset rather than that, but yeah, really nice. That's all the comments I have, so thanks for another interesting net. And please try and get on the air on 146 and the bands below this weekend, mainly Saturday, I think. And have a good week. See you next week. G8GKQ, closing the BATC net and leaving the frequency clear. Good night all.
Everyone will have switched off now, probably. What I need to do is take a picture of that. Hang on. Let's just take a picture of this thing. Try and get a picture. I can't. No, there's an idea. Right, if I do this, let's try and let's see if I can get a decent picture of this thing, and then. Right, that's not going to stay on there, but if I go on playback mode, is this going to work? Picture recording mode, playback mode. Oh yeah, there we go. That's handy, isn't it? So yeah, that's the connections, basically not a lot. Audio sounds weird going back through there. Anyway, yeah, that inductor at the top left is where I'm feeding the power in, so about 8 volts on there. It's not particularly critical. If you want more power out, as in you want to use it as a driver amplifier, you can put up to probably 10, maybe a bit more on there, and you will get well over 100 milliwatts out on 77s. It's still about 12 dB of gain, something like that. But yeah, on the input tracks you've got like a through track, and then there's like a coupled port, but I'm not really sure what that's for. It could be for some sort of test signal input or something, but I've just cut that off, so it's just a single track in through that filter, a bit of filter circuit in there, and then it goes into the device. And on the other side I'm basically just connected directly onto the filter output, which you kind of hope is going to be somewhere near 50 ohms. Seems to be okay. So basically that's it. You just have to watch along the edge of the board that you don't short any of the layers together. That's the only thing you've got to watch. I did do that on the other one that I did last time I tested this. And I had 2 of the layers shorting together along the edge of the board, so just run a bit of sandpaper along the edge of the board or something, just sort of clean the edges up, and that should help. I don't know what my signal's like. It looks maybe a little bit weak there. Yeah, I'm 1.5 below the beacon. So yeah. Anyway, that's a bit better picture anyway for anyone who's wanting to use one of those. I'm sure there's loads of them available, and if you haven't got one, someone will have one, and probably quite willing to chop the board up. So I've used all sorts of them boards. There's loads of nice components on them. There's some nice mixers on the output as well that you can reuse for up converters, down converters and things. So there we are. There was something else I was going to show, but I can't remember what it was. Really don't know. Been up since about 5 o'clock, so my brain's not really working. Yeah. Anyway, there we go. So stop with that, I think. Let's put the camera back on. Yeah, there was something. Whoop. It's far too zoomed in. You can see too much mess behind me. That's not good, is it? Yeah, I'm sure there was something else, but I'll have to do. Okay. Good night all. M0DTS. Well, I can put, if anyone wants it, I could probably put it on the forum. I'll put a little bit of detail on there maybe. It could be useful. Yeah, I'll try and remember to do that this next couple of days. Right, 7.3, M0DTS.